Hey guys, welcome to another one of our dimly lit historical wanderings. Tonight, we're diving into what might be the most successful corporate takeover in ancient history. And trust me, it makes modern boardroom drama look like a kindergarten squabble. We're talking about a woman who basically said, "I'll take that throne, thanks," and then spent 20 years making everyone forget that pharaohs were supposed to have, the standard male equipment. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's talk about Hatshepsut, a queen who decided being queen wasn't nearly ambitious enough. Picture this scene, and I want you to really feel it. You're kneeling on cold stone, probably around 1450 BCE. Your knees are already aching because ancient Egyptian workmanship didn't come with ergonomic considerations. You're holding a chisel, and your job, your actual paying job, is to systematically erase a woman from history. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike echoes through the temple like a heartbeat stopping. You're chiseling away her cartouche, her name, her face, methodically turning a pharaoh into empty space. The limestone dust settles on your hands, gets in your eyes, coats your throat. And with each chip of stone that falls, you're erasing 22 years of rule. This is how they tried to delete Hatshepsut. Not with a memo or a press release, but with actual manual labor. Someone literally got paid overtime to make her disappear. But here's the thing about trying to erase someone who built half of Egypt. It's a bit like trying to delete the internet with a really big eraser. The woman we're talking about didn't just dabble in power. She engineered what was essentially a 20-year hostile takeover of the most powerful civilization on Earth. Let's be clear about what Hatshepsut was up against. She wasn't supposed to be pharaoh. That wasn't how things worked. You became pharaoh by being male, preferably the previous pharaoh's son, and definitely not by being his widow who happened to be really, really good at politics. But sometimes the universe has a sense of humor, and sometimes that humor involves watching a woman outmaneuver an entire patriarchal system using nothing but patience, strategy, and what can only be described as absolutely ruthless networking skills. When her husband, Thutmose II, died, probably from something mundane like an infection, because even pharaohs couldn't escape the basic inconvenience of dying, he left behind an heir problem. His son, Thutmose III, was still a child, maybe 10 years old, maybe younger. Picture a kid who should be worrying about homework suddenly inheriting an empire that stretched from Nubia to the Euphrates. So Hatshepsut stepped in as regent. Standard procedure, right? The boy's stepmother would handle things until he came of age. Except Hatshepsut looked at this temporary gig and thought, you know what? I could get used to this. What happened next was a masterclass in patient ambition. She didn't storm the palace or stage a coup. She did something far more dangerous. She made herself indispensable. Every decision went through her. Every appointment required her approval. She surrounded herself with people who owed their careers to her, like Senenmut, who became her chief architect and probably the closest thing to an ancient Egyptian chief of staff. Guy went from being a minor official to essentially running royal construction projects across the empire. But the real genius move was how she handled the priesthood. In ancient Egypt, the priests weren't just religious figures. They were the ancient equivalent of both the Federal Reserve and the Supreme Court rolled into one. They controlled vast wealth, owned massive amounts of land, and most importantly, they decided whether the gods approved of your reign. Hatshepsut didn't just court their favor, she made them rich. She commissioned temples, funded renovations, and basically turned religious construction into the world's first massive infrastructure spending program. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, something shifted. People stopped asking when she'd step aside for Thutmose III. They started calling her Pharaoh. But here's where it gets really interesting. Hatshepsut didn't just want to be Pharaoh, she wanted to look the part. And this is where we get into some truly next-level image management. Early in her reign, you'd see her depicted in traditional female regalia, flowing dress, feminine jewelry, the works. But as years passed, her official portraits underwent what can only be described as the ancient world's most dramatic makeover. Suddenly, she's appearing in reliefs with the traditional pharaonic false beard. the muscular torso, the masculine stance. She's wearing the Nemes headdress, the striped headcloth that basically screamed, "I am Pharaoh," to anyone with functioning eyeballs. But, and this is the fascinating part, if you looked closely, you could still see hints of femininity. A softer jawline here, a more delicate hand there. She wasn't trying to convince people she was male. She was creating something entirely new. A female pharaoh who borrowed male royal imagery to make her rule comprehensible to her subjects. It was brilliant, and probably necessary. Ancient Egyptians had no cultural framework for a female pharaoh. The closest they'd come was Nithotep, and a few others, but those were exceptions, not precedents. Hatshepsut had to invent the visual language of female royal power from scratch. And then there were the building projects. Oh, the building projects. If you want to understand Hatshepsut's reign, forget the political maneuvering for a moment and just focus on what she built. Her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri is basically ancient Egypt showing off. 3 terraces carved into a cliff face, each level more impressive than the last. The reliefs tell stories of her divine birth, her successful trade expeditions, her building achievements. It's propaganda, sure, but it's propaganda with limestone columns and architectural innovation. She erected obelisks at Karnak that were taller than anything that had come before. These weren't just monuments. They were basically ancient billboards advertising her legitimacy, carved in stone and built to last millennia. Her inscriptions don't whisper about her authority, they shout it. The 2 lands are under her direction, not under the direction of the regent for the boy pharaoh, under her direction. Now, if you're enjoying this particular brand of ancient ambition analysis, maybe hit that subscribe button. It's a tiny gesture that helps these stories reach more people who appreciate falling asleep to tales of historical overachievers. Plus, it costs you nothing, which makes it an even better deal than Hatshepsut's trade expeditions to Punt. Speaking of which, we should talk about Punt. Hatshepsut didn't just focus on domestic policy, she ran what was essentially ancient Egypt's most successful import business. The expedition to Punt brought back incense trees, gold, ivory, animals, and luxury goods that made Egypt the envy of the known world. These weren't just trading missions. They were massive diplomatic and economic undertakings that demonstrated Egypt's wealth, power, and reach. But here's the thing about being a successful female pharaoh in a world that wasn't ready for successful female pharaohs. Eventually, someone's going to try to edit you out of the story. But a blank slate is useless without understanding how someone pulls off the impossible. The real work, the brutal, political work, was just beginning when young Thutmose III finally came of age and had to decide what to do about his remarkably successful stepmother, who had somehow forgotten to give him back his throne. So Thutmose II dies. Not dramatically, not in battle, probably just from something wonderfully mundane like a bad tooth infection or dysentery. The kind of death that makes you realize even pharaohs couldn't escape the basic inconvenience of having a human body. And suddenly, Egypt has what we might generously call a succession problem. Picture this. You've got the most powerful empire in the known world, and the new pharaoh is a kid. Thutmose III was maybe 10 years old, maybe younger. Imagine handing the keys to a Fortune 500 company to a 5th grader who's still working on multiplication tables. That's essentially what happened here. Enter Hatshepsut. She was the dead pharaoh's great wife, which sounds romantic until you realize it was basically a corporate title. She was also the kid's stepmother, and here's where it gets interesting. She already held the religious title, God's wife of Amun. Now, this wasn't just some honorary position you get for showing up to temple fundraisers. This was serious religious authority. Think of it as being the CEO of the biggest megachurch in Egypt, with political connections that would make a modern lobbyist weep with envy. You can almost smell the scene in those quiet palace halls at Thebes. The heavy scent of frankincense drifting from the chapel of Amun, mixing with the more earthly smells of linen and oils. You hear the soft rustle of expensive fabric as courtiers move through the corridors, their voices hushed and careful. Everyone knows their place in this delicate dance of power, There's young Thutmose III, probably clutching some ancient Egyptian equivalent of a toy soldier, wandering through antechambers that could house a small village. The weight of divine kingship is supposed to rest on those tiny shoulders, but right now, he's more concerned with whether lunch includes those honey cakes he likes. And there's Hatshepsut, moving through these same halls with the careful grace of someone who understands exactly how much power she already holds. She's pious, yes, but she's also politically savvy in a way that would make modern campaign managers take notes. She's spent years building relationships with temple officials, with bureaucrats, with anyone who matters in the Egyptian power structure. The courtiers whisper their expectations. This is temporary, they tell themselves, a regency, a placeholder arrangement. She'll guide the boy for a few years, teach him the ropes, and then gracefully step aside when he comes of age. You can almost hear the soft clack of board games in the antechambers where officials pass time, confident that this is just a brief intermission before normal service resumes. There was a script for this. Egypt had regencies before. The pattern was well established. Woman steps in, woman steps out, boy becomes man, man becomes Pharaoh. Simple. But Hatshepsut, dear listener, looked at that script and decided it needed some serious revisions. Around year 2 of what was supposed to be Thutmose III's reign, something started shifting. You'd see her name appearing on inscriptions, with just a little more prominence. Her image in temple reliefs started showing up with just slightly more masculine features. Nothing dramatic, just a gentle testing of boundaries, like a teenager seeing how late they can stay out before their parents notice. She was feeling out the limits of what she could get away with, and what she discovered was that she could get away with quite a lot. Turns out, when you're already connected to the god Amun through your religious title, and when you've spent years cultivating relationships with every power broker in Egypt, people start listening to you, really listening. Then came year 7. The year Hatshepsut decided subtlety was overrated. At Karnak, in a ceremony that probably made every protocol officer break out in cold sweats, she was publicly proclaimed co-pharaoh, not regent, not temporary placeholder, pharaoh. She took on the full royal titulary, all 5 names, the complete package that basically screamed, I am divinely appointed to rule this place. Her throne name became Matkare, which roughly translates to, truth is the soul of Ra. Not exactly subtle messaging. She wasn't just claiming political authority, she was claiming divine mandate. But here's the really clever bit. She didn't throw Thutmose III off the throne. She just made room for herself next to him. It wasn't a coup. It was more like a very ambitious promotion. Instead of deposing the kid, she elevated herself to equal standing. Though, if we're being honest, some of those inscriptions suggest she considered herself just a tiny bit more equal than him. And then came the masterstroke of political theatre. Instead of dating her reign from the day she was crowned pharaoh, she backdated it. She essentially claimed that she'd been ruling all along, that her authority stretched back to the very beginning of what everyone had been calling Thutmose III's reign. It was like retroactively editing the historical record to make her power seem inevitable rather than ambitious. So while the court expected a temporary babysitter, they got a political operator who understood that power isn't just taken, it's cultivated, legitimized, and then institutionalized through religious authority and bureaucratic infrastructure. The hushed whispers of temporary arrangements gave way to the undeniable reality of a woman who had somehow transformed herself from stepmother to pharaoh without anyone quite noticing how it happened. You might call it the most successful hostile takeover in ancient history. Except, it wasn't hostile. It was so smooth, so carefully managed, that by the time people realized what had happened, it was already carved in stone. Now we get to the really interesting part. Hatshepsut isn't content to be some kind of ancient Egyptian babysitter, just keeping the throne warm until little Thutmose III grows up enough to shave. No, she's about to pull off what might be the most patient and methodical corporate takeover in human history. This wasn't some dramatic palace coup with swords and screaming. This was more like watching someone slowly, methodically reorganize a company until they're running the whole show, and nobody quite remembers how it happened. Picture yourself as a palace insider during these years. You'd notice things, small things, that gruff old vizier who's been around forever. Suddenly he's decided to spend more time with his family and retire to his estates up north. Funny how that coincided with a very generous pension package. His replacement? Some young hotshot who happens to owe his entire career to Hatshepsut. The guy running the royal granary gets transferred to a nice posting in Memphis. Nothing dramatic, just a lateral move that happens to put one of Hatshepsut's people in charge of Egypt's food supply. You hear the clank of bronze keys changing hands in the royal archives. Different footsteps echoing in corridors where the same officials had walked for decades. The soft whisper of papyrus scrolls being rolled and unrolled by new hands as administrative procedures get quietly updated. These weren't headline-grabbing moves, but if you were paying attention, if you were keeping track of who had access to what, you'd realize something fundamental was shifting. The star of this personnel revolution was a guy named Senenmut, and honestly, his rise through the ranks was so meteoric, it would make modern CEOs weep with envy. This guy started out as basically a glorified tutor, maybe a mid-level steward handling household accounts. Under Hatshepsut, he became what we'd call today a super minister. His official titles included overseer of the House of Amun and steward of Amun's estate. Now, I know that sounds like fancy ways of saying church property manager and religious treasurer, but here's the thing. The Temple of Amun wasn't just some neighborhood church. We're talking about the ancient equivalent of Goldman Sachs, the Federal Reserve, and the Vatican rolled into one massive institution. The Temple of Amun owned vast tracts of land across Egypt. It controlled trade routes. It managed the income from dozens of smaller temples. It was basically too big to fail, except it was also too big to ignore if you wanted to control Egypt. So when Senenmut got put in charge of this operation, he wasn't just handling church funds, he was managing a significant chunk of Egypt's entire economy. But wait, there's more. Senenmut wasn't just good with spreadsheets and inventory management. He was also Hatshepsut's chief architect, the guy designing and overseeing her massive building projects. Think about that for a minute. You've got one person who controls the religious establishment's money and also happens to be designing monuments that will showcase your divine authority for the next 3,000 years. That's either incredible delegation or the ancient equivalent of insider trading. You can picture him being summoned to those quiet council meetings behind cedar doors, the kind of meetings where voices stay low and decisions get made that reshape empires. The soft scratch of reed pens on papyrus as building plans get sketched out. The gentle clink of wine cups as evening planning sessions stretch into the night. Senenmut wasn't just executing Hatshepsut's vision, he was helping create it, turning architectural ambition into political reality. And Senenmut wasn't the only one getting promoted beyond all reasonable expectation. Take Usraman, who got himself appointed as Vizier of the South. Now, Vizier might sound like some exotic court title, but this was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of being the president's chief of staff, secretary of the treasury, and head of homeland security, all at the same time. Usraman controlled tax collection, military logistics, and administrative oversight for the entire southern half of Egypt. That's not the kind of job you give to someone unless you trust them completely, or unless they owe their entire career to you. His appointment around year 5 of what was theoretically still Thutmose III's reign shows you exactly how this takeover was working. On paper, everything looked normal. The boy king was still the boy king. But somehow, all the people actually running things were Hatshepsut's people. It's like if you woke up one morning and realized that while the company president was still technically in charge, every department head had been quietly replaced by people loyal to the vice president. But here's where Hatshepsut really showed her genius. She understood that in ancient Egypt, political power and religious authority weren't separate things. They were two sides of the same coin. Remember that God's wife of Amun title she held? She turned that into the ultimate political weapon. she didn't just use religion, she weaponized piety. The priests of Amun weren't just spiritual leaders, they were power brokers. They controlled vast wealth, owned enormous amounts of land, and most importantly, they were the ones who confirmed whether the gods approved of your reign. So Hatshepsut made sure the chief priests, guys like Hapusaneb who held titles like Chief of all priests of Upper and Lower Egypt, were absolutely, completely in her corner. She poured resources into the Temple of Amun, like a tech startup burning through venture capital. New buildings, restored shrines, enhanced ritual equipment, whatever it took to keep the religious establishment happy and loyal. These temples became what we'd now call propaganda headquarters. Every wall surface became an opportunity to reinforce her message. Her image, carved in stone, showing her making offerings to the gods. Her name in cartouches, repeated endlessly across temple walls. Stories of her divine birth, her special relationship with Amun, her God-given right to rule. All of it permanently etched into limestone and granite, where it couldn't be ignored or forgotten. You can almost hear the steady tap, tap, tap of chisels carving these messages into stone, the echo bouncing off temple walls as craftsmen worked by lamplight, the sweet smell of incense drifting through the air during dedication ceremonies, marking another temple expansion, another public display of divine approval. These weren't just buildings. They were three-dimensional political advertisements that would broadcast her legitimacy for millennia. So while everyone else was still thinking of her as a temporary regent, Hatshepsut was systematically replacing the entire power structure with people who owed their careers to her, and simultaneously convincing the religious establishment that her rule was divinely ordained. She wasn't just managing the transition until Thutmose III came of age. She was making herself irreplaceable. By the time people realized what had happened, it was already carved in stone. Literally. And that's how you pull off the ancient world's most successful hostile takeover. Not with violence or drama, but with patience, strategic personnel moves, and really, really good public relations. The old guard didn't get purged. They got promoted sideways, pensioned off, or gradually squeezed out by the simple expedient of being surrounded by people who answered to someone else. The transformation was so complete that even the temples themselves became willing participants in rewriting the story of who should be running Egypt. And once you control both the bureaucracy and the gods, well, who's going to argue with that kind of authority? So you've pulled off the ancient world's most successful corporate takeover. You've got the bureaucracy, you've got the priests, you've got the infrastructure. But there's still one tiny problem. How do you convince everyone that this wasn't actually a takeover at all? How do you make it seem like you were always supposed to be running the show? Simple. You don't just rewrite the employee handbook, you rewrite your entire origin story. And Hatshepsut, guys, was basically the ancient world's first master of spin. Picture this. You're standing on the cool stone terraces of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri. The desert wind is whispering around the carved columns, and if you run your fingers along the walls, you can feel the burnished lines of reliefs that have been sitting here for over 3,000 years. There's this faint, ghostly scent hanging in the air. Old incense trapped in carved niches, like the ancient equivalent of that smell you get in old churches. Except, this wasn't just a church. This was Hatshepsut's personal advertising agency, carved directly into a cliff face, and the centerpiece of this massive PR campaign. The divine birth cycle. This wasn't some subtle suggestion or gentle hint about maybe, possibly having divine connections. This was a full-scale, elaborate mythology production, complete with a cast of gods and a screenplay that would make modern Hollywood executives weep with envy. The whole thing was designed to answer one simple question. Wait, why is a woman Pharaoh again? And the answer, carved in stone for all eternity, was basically because the gods specifically ordered it. That's why. The story starts with what we might call a divine board meeting. Picture the gods sitting around in council, probably on golden thrones or floating on clouds or whatever gods do when they need to make executive decisions. And they decide, unanimously, apparently, that Amun, the chief deity and basically the CEO of the Egyptian pantheon, should father a child to rule Egypt. Not just any child, mind you. This child, Hatshepsut. So in the next scene, you see Amun pulling off what might be the most elaborate case of divine identity theft in religious history. He disguises himself as Thutmose I, Hatshepsut's earthly father, and appears to Queen Ahmose, her mother. The relief shows this beautifully intimate tableau, the god embracing the queen in what can only be described as the ancient world's most consequential romantic encounter. And the inscription? The inscription doesn't mess around. It has Amun basically saying to Ahmose, "I'm giving you a daughter, Hatshepsut, who will rule Egypt with perfect justice." No room for interpretation there. No, she might be a good advisor, or perhaps she could help out during emergencies. Just straight up, your daughter will rule Egypt, written in stone, by the gods, case closed. But wait, there's more. Because divine conception is just the beginning of this religious infomercial. Moving along the walls, you encounter the next crucial player, Khnum, the ram-headed god who was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a divine craftsman. His job was molding human beings on his potter's wheel, and apparently he took special care with this particular project. The relief shows Khnum fashioning not one, but two identical children, Hatshepsut and her Ka, her spiritual double. Think of it like this. Not only was she divinely conceived, but her very form was personally crafted by a god. This wasn't just good genes or lucky DNA. This was bespoke divine manufacturing, custom-made royalty, crafted to divine specifications. And finally, to really drive the point home, along comes Heket, the frog goddess of childbirth and fertility. Her job was breathing the breath of life into the newly formed Hatshepsut. So we've got divine conception, divine craftsmanship, and divine animation. It's like the ancient Egyptian version of Made in Heaven certification, except with more frogs and pottery wheels. The inscriptions accompanying these scenes don't leave any wiggle room. They flat out declare that Hatshepsut is a direct descendant of Amun. Not metaphorically, not spiritually, but literally. She's God-made flesh, destined from before birth to rule Egypt. She doesn't just wear the crown because she's ambitious or politically clever. She wears it because it was literally designed for her by the gods themselves. Now, you might wonder why go to all this elaborate trouble. Why not just say, "I'm Pharaoh now," and be done with it? Because in ancient Egypt, the Pharaoh wasn't just a political leader. They were a living god, the essential bridge between humanity and the divine realm. If Hatshepsut was going to be Pharaoh, she needed that divine justification. And what better way to get it than to literally commission a stone-carved documentary proving her divine pedigree? These reliefs weren't tucked away in some obscure corner where only scholars would find them. They were prominently placed along the south wall of the middle colonnade on the lower terrace, prime real estate where official processions and vital rituals would take place. Anyone participating in temple ceremonies, anyone coming to pay their respects, anyone conducting official business would walk right past this undeniable narrative of divine kingship. Think about the psychological impact. You're a priest, an official, a foreign dignitary. You come to conduct business at Hatshepsut's temple, and before you even get to the important stuff, you're walking through what amounts to a stone-carved presentation about why she's legitimately Pharaoh. It's like having to watch a corporate training video about the CEO's qualifications before every meeting. But here's the really clever part. This wasn't just historical documentation. It was participatory ritual. As priests and officials moved through the temple during ceremonies, reciting prayers and making offerings, they weren't just remembering Hatshepsut's story. They were actively reenacting and reaffirming her divine kingship. Every religious festival, every official ceremony became an opportunity to reinforce the message. Each step you took through that temple, each carved scene you passed, hammered home the same point. Hatshepsut wasn't some upstart queen who got ambitious. She was a god among humans, chosen before birth by Amun himself to rule Egypt. Her kingship wasn't a political grab. It was a divine mandate, written in the stars and carved in stone. It was brilliant, really. She took what could have been seen as the ultimate act of political audacity and reframed it as an act of religious obedience. She wasn't seizing power. She was finally accepting the role the gods had always intended for her. And who, exactly, was going to argue with that? You'd basically have to accuse the gods themselves of lying, which probably wasn't great for your career prospects in ancient Egypt. So when you control the bureaucracy, the priests, and the origin story of divine kingship itself, you've essentially achieved the impossible. You've made your revolution look like destiny. And that, dear listener, is how you turn a hostile takeover into a religious mandate that lasts for millennia. So, Hatshepsut has successfully pulled off what might be the ancient world's most elaborate corporate restructuring. She's got the personnel, the divine approval, and a rock-solid origin story. But there's still one tiny problem. Ancient Egypt had very specific ideas about what a pharaoh should look like. And that look was about as masculine as a Thor movie poster. Picture yourself as an ancient Egyptian citizen. You've grown up seeing pharaohs, and they all follow the same visual template. Broad shoulders, ceremonial beard, royal kilt, the works. It's like a uniform that screams divine authority. Now imagine someone shows up claiming to be pharaoh, but they're missing some key equipment in the biological department. You'd probably have questions. Hatshepsut looked at this challenge and thought, fine, if you can't beat the dress code, become the dress code. What followed was probably the most successful personal rebrand in human history. We're talking about a makeover so thorough it would make reality TV producers weep with envy. In the early days, you would have seen statues of Hatshepsut that were unmistakably feminine. Picture elegant robes flowing around a graceful form, jewelry that catches the light, the kind of regal bearing you'd expect from a queen. These weren't trying to fool anyone. They were celebrating female power and authority in their own right. But as her actual power grew, something fascinating started happening to her public image. Slowly at first, like watching someone gradually adjust the lighting in a room, then with increasing boldness. Take a mental stroll through any major museum with an Egyptian collection. The Metropolitan Museum in New York, the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, the British Museum in London. You'll see Hatshepsut statues, and they tell this incredible story of transformation. There's her famous Sphinx from Deir el-Bahri. Her face is still recognizably hers, but now she's wearing the Nemes headcloth, that striped head covering that basically screams Pharaoh to anyone with working eyeballs. The Uraeus cobra sits at her brow, ready to spit fire at Egypt's enemies. But the real masterpiece of rebranding? Her standing statues from Karnak and her mortuary temple. These show Hatshepsut with shoulders you could use as a shelf. We're talking about the kind of muscular build that suggests she could bench press a pyramid. She's wearing the shendit, the traditional pharaonic kilt that was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a power suit. Her chest? Completely flat, sometimes even given sculpted pectorals, as if some ancient sculptor decided to go full bodybuilder aesthetic. It's like someone took the concept of fake it till you make it and applied it to stone carving. Every feminine curve has been systematically replaced with masculine geometry. And then there's the beard. Oh, the beard. This wasn't some attempt to convince people she'd suddenly sprouted facial hair. The false beard was as much a part of pharaonic regalia as a crown is to modern royalty. It was meant to connect the pharaoh to Osiris, god of the underworld, who was traditionally depicted with a divine beard, so Hatshepsut strapped one on and owned it completely. Think about the psychological impact of this transformation. Every time someone saw one of these statues, and they were everywhere, in temples, in public squares, in official buildings, they weren't just looking at art. They were being given a visual script for how to think about power. The message was crystal clear. This is what a pharaoh looks like. This is what authority looks like. and Hatshepsut looked exactly like that. But the rebrand wasn't just visual. Language was equally important, and Hatshepsut understood that names have power. When she officially became Pharaoh, she didn't just keep her birth name and call it a day. She adopted a full set of royal titles, the kind of comprehensive rebranding that would make modern politicians jealous. Her throne name, Matkare, was basically a masterclass in political messaging. Mat was cosmic order, justice, truth, basically everything good about Egyptian civilization rolled into one concept. Ka was the spiritual essence, the divine spark. Re was the sun god, the ultimate source of power and life. So her throne name essentially meant, truth is the divine essence of the sun god. Not exactly subtle, but certainly effective. You'd see this name everywhere, enclosed in those distinctive oval cartouches that were basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a blue checkmark. A cartouche was visual shorthand for, this person is royalty, verified by the gods themselves. And Hatshepsut's cartouches were plastered across Egypt like divine bumper stickers. The genius was in how gradually this transformation happened. Picture it like a software update that happens in the background while you're not paying attention. One day, there's a feminine statue in a temple niche. A few months later, there's a more androgynous version. Eventually, it's full-blown masculine pharaoh, complete with beard and muscles, and somehow, the change feels inevitable rather than sudden. You can almost hear the gentle tap, tap, tap of chisels as existing statues got updated. A beard added here in metal or paint. A cartouche recarved there to include her full pharaonic titles. A feminine dress quietly chiseled away and replaced with the angular lines of a royal kilt. Each small change was a touchpoint in this massive rebranding campaign. This wasn't just about fooling people into thinking she was male. Ancient Egyptians weren't idiots. They knew perfectly well that Hatshepsut was a woman. But in a culture where visual symbolism carried enormous weight, where the physical appearance of authority was just as important as the actual exercise of power, these changes were essential. The physical image, the masculine statues with their broad shoulders and false beards, worked together with the formal titulary, the powerful throne name, and those ubiquitous cartouches to create something new. A visual language for female pharaonic authority. The script and the stone were collaborating, telling a story that was too consistent, too pervasive, too divinely sanctioned to argue with. So if you were an ancient Egyptian, you might have remembered when Hatshepsut was just a regent. But everywhere you looked, you were confronted with Pharaoh Matkare, complete with all the visual and linguistic markers of legitimate divine kingship. The transformation was so thorough, so integrated into daily life, that questioning it would have felt like questioning reality itself. It was performance art on a civilizational scale. And the performance was designed to answer one simple question: what does a pharaoh look like? The answer, after Hatshepsut's makeover, was exactly like this: beard, muscles, divine cartouche, and all. By the time she was done rebranding herself, the question wasn't whether a woman could be pharaoh. It was whether anyone else could possibly be pharaoh quite as convincingly as she was. And that, dear listener, is how you win an argument that was supposedly settled 3,000 years before you were born. All right. So Hatshepsut has managed to pull off the ancient world's most successful rebranding campaign. She's got the beard, the muscles carved in stone, the divine origin story, the whole package. You'd think at this point she could just sit back and enjoy being pharaoh, right? Wrong. Because there was one final boss she had to face, and it was lurking in the most unexpected place. Grammar. Yes, grammar. The ancient Egyptian language had spent thousands of years developing very specific ways to talk about pharaohs, and all of those ways assumed the pharaoh would be, male. So when a female pharaoh shows up and starts demanding to be called king, well, let's just say it created some interesting workplace challenges for the royal scribes. Picture yourself as one of these poor scribes. You've got the most important job in the kingdom, carving Hatshepsut's glorious achievements into temple walls for all eternity. No pressure, but every time you try to write about the king, you run into the same problem. The king is a she. Do you use masculine pronouns because that's what kings get? Or feminine pronouns because that's what Hatshepsut is? It's like trying to solve a crossword puzzle where half the clues are in a different language and someone keeps changing the rules. This is where things get really interesting, because language doesn't lie. Even when everyone's trying to be politically correct and go along with the new program, grammar has a way of revealing the cultural friction bubbling under the surface. Hatshepsut's inscriptions are absolutely fascinating for this reason. They're full of these linguistic gymnastics that would make a modern copy editor break out in hives. You'll find passages where she's referred to with feminine endings, and then, literally in the next sentence, with masculine ones. Sometimes a single inscription will change gears mid-thought, going from "she accomplished this amazing thing" to "the Pharaoh did that incredible deed," where the Pharaoh suddenly becomes grammatically masculine. It's like watching someone try to drive a car while constantly switching between automatic and manual transmission. The Egyptologists who spend their time deciphering these texts, bless their patient souls, have pointed out that ancient Egyptian was generally pretty adaptable as languages go, but Hatshepsut broke it, or at least gave it a serious workout. Take the word for majesty, for instance. It's inherently masculine in Egyptian. So how do you say Her Majesty without it sounding like His Majesty, or creating some new grammatical construction that nobody understands? The answer is, you don't. You just kind of wing it. The scribes developed this elaborate workaround system. They'd use masculine nouns and verb forms for all the official kingy stuff, the titles, the formal descriptions of royal power, but then sometimes slip back into feminine pronouns when they were talking about her personal actions. It's like they had two different linguistic operating systems running simultaneously, and sometimes the programs would crash into each other. You can almost feel the scribes pausing, their reed pens hovering over the papyrus or limestone, as they try to figure out how to navigate this grammatical minefield. One minute they're confidently carving, "She erected these magnificent monuments," using the feminine form with pride. The next minute they're writing, "The king made powerful offerings to Ammon." And suddenly they're back in masculine territory, because king just doesn't compute as feminine in ancient Egyptian. This constant switching back and forth reveals something really fascinating about the psychological landscape of ancient Egypt. Hatshepsut wasn't just forcing her people to accept a female pharaoh, she was forcing the language itself to evolve in real time. The scribes were basically doing live beta testing on Egyptian grammar, and sometimes the system glitched. But here's what's really remarkable. They made it work. Sure, it was messy. Sure, it probably gave the royal editors nightmares, but they found ways to bend the language around Hatshepsut's unprecedented situation. They created this weird, wonderful hybrid linguistic approach that honored both her biological reality and her political identity. Modern linguists looking at these texts can see the struggle happening in real time. It's like reading someone's rough draft where they keep going back and changing their mind about word choices. Except this rough draft was carved in stone and meant to last forever, so there was no delete key. The result is this unique linguistic record that exists nowhere else in Egyptian history. Very few other female rulers presented such a sustained challenge to the gendered nature of royal language. Most of the time, when women held power in ancient Egypt, it was as regents or queens, roles that had their own established linguistic frameworks. But Hatshepsut was demanding to be called king, which was like asking the language to do a backflip while juggling. You can imagine those ancient scribes working by lamplight, trying to figure out how to describe someone who was simultaneously unprecedented and undeniable. The soft scratch of their pens on papyrus, the gentle tap 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 of chisels on stone, each mark a small decision in this ongoing grammatical negotiation. It's almost soothing in a way, like a lullaby that keeps flickering between major and minor keys. You settle into the rhythm of the language, and then suddenly it shifts, catches you off guard, makes you pay attention again. The scribe's hesitations become part of the music, a gentle reminder that even the most powerful rulers can't always control every nuance of their story. And maybe that's the point. Even as Hatshepsut masterminded every other aspect of her public image, the language itself preserved a record of the genuine difficulty of what she was attempting. The grammatical confusion wasn't a failure, it was proof of how radical her achievement really was. So as you let these thoughts drift away into sleep, picture those ancient scribes, diligently working through their linguistic puzzles, creating a written record that would outlast empires. They probably never imagined that thousands of years later, people would be analysing their pronoun choices and marvelling at their grammatical creativity. And honestly, it makes you wonder if somewhere in the ancient Egyptian equivalent of the palace-style guide, there was a frantically scribbled note that just said, "Help, how do we write about a female king?" Followed by several different attempts and a lot of crossed-out text. But even this linguistic chaos, this grammatical improvisation, only serves to highlight just how extraordinary Hatshepsut's reign really was. She didn't just break the glass ceiling, she broke the language too, and forced it to rebuild itself around her reality. Alright, so Hatshepsut has successfully wrestled the ancient Egyptian language into submission and forced it to acknowledge her unprecedented status. But where do you go when you want to make sure your carefully crafted narrative becomes absolutely, completely, undeniably permanent? You build yourself the ultimate monument, and I'm not talking about some modest little shrine tucked away in a corner somewhere. Hatshepsut's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri was basically the ancient world's most elaborate corporate headquarters, a 3-story multimedia marketing extravaganza that would make modern advertising executives weep with professional envy. Picture this, dear listener. You're standing in the Egyptian desert, and rising before you is a structure that seems to grow organically from the landscape itself. This isn't some massive pyramid trying to dominate the horizon through sheer bulk. This is architectural poetry, terraces that climb gracefully up a cliff face like nature decided to collaborate with human ambition. The whole thing blends so seamlessly with the towering limestone cliffs behind it that you'd almost think the gods themselves carved it directly from the rock. The design is completely unique in Egyptian architecture. Most temples of the period were built on flat ground, with thick walls and narrow corridors that made you feel small and humble. Hatshepsut's temple is the opposite. It opens up, breathes, invites you to climb higher and see more. It's like someone took the concept of a traditional Egyptian temple and said, what if we made this actually pleasant to visit? Let your mind settle into this quiet, serene space. These wide, spacious terraces climb one after another, like a grand staircase designed for giants. You can feel the soft warmth of sunlight on pale sandstone, changing the stone's color from morning gold to evening amber. There's a gentle breeze sweeping across the open courtyards, carrying with it the low murmur of priests going about their daily rituals. Their voices blend into a soothing hum that makes the whole place feel like it was designed for meditation rather than intimidation. Now, here's where it gets really clever. Think of this temple as Hatshepsut's ultimate corporate office building, designed to guide visitors through her carefully constructed narrative. You start at the lowest terrace, which functions like the world's most impressive reception area. Visitors would have been greeted by imposing statues and initial reliefs, some showing Hatshepsut in traditional queenly attire, others already hinting at her royal ambitions. It's like walking into a lobby where every piece of art is strategically placed to tell you exactly how important the person upstairs really is. As you ascend the ramps to the second terrace, and yes, ramps, not stairs, because this place was designed for ceremonial processions, you're entering what we might call the narrative lobby. This is where Hatshepsut's PR team really went to work. Along the walls, you'd find those divine birth reliefs we talked about earlier, carved with the kind of meticulous detail that suggests someone really wanted to make sure visitors got the message. These panels tell her entire origin story. The divine conception, the personal attention from Khnum, the breath of life from Heket. It's basically a stone-carved infographic explaining why she was always supposed to be Pharaoh. And right next to that divine biography, you'd encounter another crucial piece of the Hatshepsut brand, the expedition to Punt. Now, this wasn't just any old trade mission. This was a massively successful, highly publicized expedition that brought back exotic goods that probably made other pharaohs' accomplishments look like trips to the corner store. The temple reliefs show the whole adventure in loving detail. 5 ships sailing across the Red Sea, the bemused reception by the Puntite chief and his wife, Egyptians loading up with frankincense trees, myrrh, gold, and exotic animals. It's like a permanent exhibition showcasing her economic genius and the prosperity she brought to Egypt. Climbing higher still, and by now you're probably getting the sense that this whole temple is one long, carefully choreographed sales pitch. You reach the 3rd and highest terrace. This is the ceremonial boardroom, where the inner sanctuary dedicated to Amun was located. Here, the reliefs continued the propaganda campaign, showing Hatshepsut making offerings to the gods, participating in sacred rituals, and being formally crowned. Scenes of her coronation would have been prominently displayed, just in case any visitors were still unclear about who was in charge around here. The entire journey through the temple was basically a guided tour through Hatshepsut's resume, told in stone and designed to leave visitors with no doubt about her divine right, economic success, and legitimate authority. It's like if LinkedIn were carved into a cliff face and made into a pilgrimage destination. Behind this architectural marvel was our old friend Senenmut, Hatshepsut's super minister and apparently also her chief architect. This guy was seriously overachieving, running the temple of Amun's vast economic empire and also designing the most innovative building in Egypt. Inscriptions throughout the temple link his name to its construction, and he even managed to slip his own image and name into inconspicuous places within the temple, which was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a software developer hiding an Easter egg in their code. Senenmut wasn't just building a pretty monument. Every architectural choice was calculated to create an enduring image of Hatshepsut's legitimacy. The way the terraces climb the cliff face, the delicate interplay of light and shadow on the colonnades, the strategic placement of relief narratives. It all conspired to create a sense of harmony between human achievement and divine approval. This place was built to impress foreign dignitaries, overawe Egyptian nobles, and convince future generations that Hatshepsut's reign was not just successful, but inevitable. So what you're really looking at isn't just a burial complex. It's a carefully constructed corporate headquarters for brand Hatshepsut. It had its reception areas where visitors got their first impression. It had narrative-rich lobbies telling the company's origin story. It had ceremonial boardrooms for high-level meetings with divine management. And it had monument gardens, showcasing all the CEO's major achievements. Every single element was designed to broadcast one coherent message. Hatshepsut was Pharaoh. She was divinely chosen. Her reign brought prosperity, and anyone who thought otherwise could take a long walk up 3 terraces worth of stone-carved evidence to the contrary. And you know what's really impressive? The whole thing still works. 3,500 years later, you can still walk through those terraces and get the full Hatshepsut experience, complete with divine birth certificate, economic success stories, and enough architectural grandeur to make you believe that maybe, just maybe, some people really are born to rule. Which, when you think about it, was exactly the point. Alright, so Hatshepsut's got her spectacular stone headquarters at el-Bahri, complete with terraced architecture and a full-blown multimedia presentation about why she's the best pharaoh ever. But you know what every successful CEO needs to go with their impressive headquarters? A flagship project that screams, "I am incredibly competent and also blessed by the gods." Enter Hatshepsut's voyage to Punt, the ancient world's most ambitious corporate expedition. This wasn't some military campaign designed to conquer territory and leave a trail of devastation. No, this was something far more sophisticated. A carefully orchestrated diplomatic mission, religious pilgrimage, and luxury shopping expedition all rolled into one. It was like if a modern tech billionaire decided to fund a space mission, but instead of going to Mars, they went to find the ancient equivalent of premium coffee beans and exotic pets. Now, settle back and let your mind drift to the banks of the Nile. Maybe around 1470 BCE. You can hear the gentle lapping of water against wooden hulls, that rhythmic sound that's been putting people to sleep for thousands of years. Picture the crew preparing for departure, the grunt and heave of men hauling heavy ropes, the creak of timber adjusting to the weight of supplies. There's the smell of tar warming in the sun, mixed with the clean scent of cedar wood and the slightly muddy aroma of the river itself. As the fleet prepares to leave the first cataract behind, that's basically ancient Egypt's version of passing through customs. A hush falls over the expedition. You're heading into the unknown, carrying the hopes and expectations of the most powerful woman in the world. The current is steady and sure, carrying you south toward a land so mysterious that most Egyptians weren't entirely sure it actually existed. The scale of this operation, meticulously documented in those el-Bahri reliefs, was absolutely staggering. We're not talking about a couple of guys in a fishing boat hoping to stumble across some interesting rocks. Hatshepsut dispatched 5 massive ships, each about 70 feet long, basically ancient aircraft carriers designed for deep-sea travel. Each vessel carried around 210 men, which means we're looking at over 1,000 people committed to this expedition. Sailors, soldiers, merchants, probably a few accountants to keep track of everything. The whole operation was run by her royal treasurer, a guy named Nehesi, whose name and title are right there in the hieroglyphic record, just in case anyone questioned whether this actually happened. But here's where Hatshepsut's political genius really shines. She didn't frame this as, "I want expensive stuff from far away." Instead, she positioned it as a divine mandate. According to her official story, the god Amun himself had specifically requested fresh myrrh from Punt. So this wasn't greed or ambition, it was religious duty. She was just being a good, pious pharaoh, following divine orders. It's like claiming your vacation to Hawaii is actually a business trip because you're researching tropical agriculture. The temple reliefs basically function as a feature-length documentary of the whole adventure. You see the Egyptian ships setting sail, their square sails catching the wind like billowing bedsheets. Then there's Punt itself, depicted as this wonderfully exotic place, with architecture that looks like nothing the Egyptians had ever seen. Conical houses balanced on stilts, as if the whole country decided to live in tree houses. And then you meet the locals. The reliefs show us the chief of Punt, a rotund fellow named Pharaoh, along with his equally substantial wife, Queen Ati. These aren't anonymous foreign dignitaries, they're portrayed as individuals, complete with names and personalities. Queen Ati, in particular, has become something of a historical celebrity because the Egyptian artists depicted her with such remarkable, let's call it, anatomical generosity. She's basically the ancient world's first plus-size model, immortalized in stone, and apparently quite proud of her prosperity. The return cargo reads like a luxury shopping list, compiled by someone with unlimited funds and no concept of import restrictions. 31 live myrrh trees, carefully transplanted into baskets and carried on men's shoulders. Imagine the logistics of keeping trees alive during a months-long sea voyage. We're talking about ancient horticultural engineering that would challenge modern botanists, but the trees were just the beginning. They brought back massive quantities of raw incense, ebony wood, fragrant resins, electrum, which is basically natural bling, a gold-silver alloy that screams expensive, ivory tusks, and what can only be described as the ancient world's most exotic petting zoo. Baboons, giraffes, panthers, birds, basically anything that would make other pharaohs say, "Where did you get that? And how much did it cost?" This wasn't just about acquiring stuff, though. This was about brand differentiation on a civilizational scale. Every item brought back from Punt was a physical, tangible proof of Hatshepsut's extraordinary capabilities as a ruler. Other pharaohs conquered neighboring countries and brought back prisoners and tribute. Hatshepsut sent a diplomatic mission to the edge of the known world and came back with wonders that most Egyptians had never imagined. The message was crystal clear. Look what your pharaoh can accomplish. I'm so favored by the gods that I can command resources from places most people think are mythical. I'm so competent that I can organize an expedition that brings back living trees from across the sea. I'm so diplomatically skilled that foreign rulers welcome me with open arms and shower me with gifts. It was the ultimate faith-backed branding campaign. Every exotic animal wandering around Thebes, every myrrh tree growing in the temple gardens, every whiff of foreign incense during religious ceremonies was a walking, living advertisement for Hatshepsut's reign. You couldn't escape the evidence of her success, because it was literally everywhere, in the temples, in the royal gardens, probably in half the palaces in Egypt. So as you let your thoughts drift deeper into that ancient, peaceful rhythm of water against wood, picture Queen Ati of Punt, forever captured in stone, her generous form a testament to the diplomatic success that brought two civilizations together. Imagine the exotic cries of foreign birds echoing through Egyptian courtyards, the sweet scent of Puntite incense mixing with the evening air, the gentle rustle of myrrh trees that traveled across an ocean to grow in Amun's garden. This wasn't just a trade mission, it was a masterpiece of political theatre that turned luxury goods into divine endorsements and foreign diplomacy into eternal propaganda. And every time someone walked past those temple reliefs, they were reminded that Hatshepsut didn't just rule Egypt. She could bring the wonders of the world to Egypt's doorstep, carrying the blessings of distant lands back home in her ships. So Hatshepsut's fleet has successfully completed what might be history's most profitable diplomatic shopping trip. They've charmed Chief Pharaoh and his magnificently proportioned wife Queen Ati, loaded up with enough exotic merchandise to stock an ancient luxury mall, and somehow managed to keep everything alive during a months-long sea voyage. But here's the thing about ancient PR campaigns. The journey was just the opening act. The real showstopper began when they got home. Picture this. It's not just a few tired sailors limping back into port with some souvenirs. This is a full-scale victory parade that would make modern marketing executives take notes. The return of the Punt expedition was basically Egypt's first multimedia extravaganza, transforming simple commerce into pure, concentrated propaganda gold. Let your mind settle into those bustling Egyptian docks. You hear the shouts of dock workers trying to coordinate the unloading of cargo that's never been seen before. There's the low, confused lowing of baboons who are probably wondering why they've been kidnapped and shipped to this strange, sandy place. The air is thick with exotic scents, cinnamon and myrrh and other spices that have no Egyptian names yet, all mingling with the familiar smell of Nile mud and fish. The absolute centerpiece of this whole spectacle, 31 live myrrh trees, not deadwood, not dried herbs, but actual living, breathing trees that had been growing in Puntite soil just months before. The temple reliefs show these trees being carefully transferred from the ships, each one nestled in enormous terracotta pots, like the world's most expensive houseplants. You can almost feel the strain as teams of men haul these tree pots on their shoulders, the roots carefully wrapped in cloth, the containers heavy with foreign dirt that had traveled hundreds of miles just to keep some saplings happy. And honestly, when you think about the logistics of this operation, it's absolutely insane. We're talking about transporting live botanical specimens and exotic animals across hundreds of miles of open ocean, then up the Nile, then overland to Thebes. This was the ancient equivalent of shipping a greenhouse across the Atlantic, using nothing but rope and determination. The trees had to be carefully uprooted without damaging their delicate root systems, probably transplanted into massive pots made of terracotta or woven baskets sealed with mud to retain moisture. They would have needed constant care, daily watering from precious fresh water supplies, protection from salt spray and desert sun, Probably someone whose full-time job was, don't let the pharaoh's trees die. But the trees were just the beginning of this exotic parade. The ships were absolutely loaded with everything that screamed, we went to a very expensive, very distant place. Mountains of raw incense, ebony wood so dark it looked black, ivory tusks, precious metals, and then, just to really drive the point home, a complete mobile zoo. Imagine the chaos, baboons shrieking and chattering, giraffes trying to figure out why the ceiling is suddenly so low, possibly a panther or two pacing restlessly in specially built cages. These animals were paraded through Egyptian streets like living, breathing proof that Hatshepsut could command wonders from the edge of the known world. Once this exotic caravan reached el-Bahri, the final act of the show began. The myrrh trees weren't just dumped in some storage area. They were ceremonially planted in the temple gardens, transforming the harsh desert landscape around Hatshepsut's mortuary complex into something that probably looked like paradise to people who'd never seen anything greener than papyrus reeds. Picture this: the careful, reverent precision of royal gardeners placing each precious sapling into specially prepared Egyptian soil. Priests bending low to inhale the resinous scent of fresh myrrh, their faces probably showing the kind of expression you get when you smell something incredibly expensive and realize it actually lives up to the hype. These were tiny, intimate ritual moments that nonetheless carried enormous symbolic weight, tangible proof that the gods approved of Hatshepsut's reign. All that raw incense and exotic merchandise got dedicated to the gods, particularly Amun, in ceremonies that were basically religious product placement. The temple reliefs show Hatshepsut presenting massive piles of foreign treasures, gifts from what the Egyptians called the God's Land, to Amun himself. This wasn't just fulfilling the divine command that supposedly started the whole expedition. It was also ensuring that Egyptian temples would have a steady supply of premium incense for years to come, making every religious ceremony smell like success. The genius of this whole operation was how it fed into Hatshepsut's larger messaging strategy. It proved divine favor. Amun asked for myrrh, and she delivered actual living myrrh trees. It demonstrated prosperity. Look at all this wealth and beauty she brought back to Egypt. And it distinguished her reign from every other pharaoh's. While other rulers might boast about military conquests and piles of enemy corpses, Hatshepsut could point to living wonders growing in her temple gardens. Her propaganda team, and let's be honest, that's what they were, constantly used this punt success to underwrite her legitimacy. Every temple inscription effectively proclaimed, "See how she brings joy to Amun, and how Amun blesses Egypt through her." It was an argument presented not just in words carved in stone, but in living, growing, sweet-smelling evidence that walked around making exotic noises. The whole expedition became this perfect circular narrative. Hatshepsut was divinely favored, so she could accomplish impossible things like bringing trees from mythical lands. And because she could accomplish impossible things, it proved she was divinely favored. It was foolproof logic, backed up by 40-foot giraffes and the intoxicating scent of foreign incense. So as you let these thoughts drift away into sleep, imagine those myrrh trees slowly taking root in Egyptian soil, their resin beginning to drip like sweet tears of victory. Picture the baboons eventually getting used to their new home, chattering away in royal gardens while priests walked by, still slightly amazed that their pharaoh had somehow managed to import an entire ecosystem from the edge of the world. These were the fruits of Punt, not just exotic goods, but living proof that Hatshepsut didn't just rule Egypt. She could bend distant lands to her will and bring their wonders home as offerings to the gods. And somewhere in the quiet desert night, you can almost catch the faint, precious scent of that imported myrrh, forever marking the spot where commerce became miracle and miracle became eternal propaganda. All right, so while Hatshepsut is out there absolutely crushing it as pharaoh, building temples, importing exotic trees, basically making every other ruler in history look like an underachiever, there's this slightly awkward question hanging in the air. What about Thutmose III? You know, the guy who was supposed to be pharaoh in the first place. The one whose throne got shall we say permanently borrowed by his stepmother? Well, dear listener, Thutmose III was growing up. And let me tell you, growing up in the shadow of someone who has essentially made themselves the most successful pharaoh in Egyptian history is probably not great for your self-esteem. Picture the palace dynamics here. Hatshepsut is holding court, probably wearing her full regalia, including that famous false beard, commanding absolute respect and authority. And somewhere in the background, there's Thutmose III, now a teenager, expected to show up to official functions and basically stand there while his stepmother gets hailed as king of Upper and Lower Egypt. You can almost feel the tension in those palace halls, the kind of quiet, simmering awkwardness that happens when everyone knows there's an elephant in the room, but nobody wants to be the one to mention it. Picture young Thutmose watching those grand temple processions. Hatshepsut at the center of everything, priests and crowds cheering her name, and you catch just a glimpse of the prince's jaw tightening, that tiny, very human moment of frustration and restraint. It's like being the heir to a family business and watching your stepmother turn it into a Fortune 500 company while you're still in management training. But here's where things get interesting. Thutmose III wasn't just shoved into some palace dungeon until Hatshepsut got bored of being pharaoh. That's not how ancient Egyptian politics worked. The state needed a backup plan, and they couldn't afford to let a future pharaoh just sit around playing board games for 20 years. So he was educated, trained, and, this is crucial, actively involved in the military side of things. Hatshepsut, for all her ambition, understood that you need to keep your potential successors busy and useful. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of giving someone a really important sounding job title while making sure they don't actually threaten your position. Thutmose III was essentially the world's most qualified intern, learning the ropes while his boss revolutionized the entire industry. While Hatshepsut was focused on building projects and peaceful trade agreements, boring stuff like economic prosperity and architectural marvels, Thutmose III was getting his hands dirty in the military. And by getting his hands dirty, I mean he was out there leading actual combat missions, learning how to command troops, and basically training to become what historians would later call the Napoleon of Egypt. The guy who would eventually win the famous Battle of Megiddo wasn't born knowing how to outmaneuver enemy armies. Those skills were developed during Hatshepsut's reign, on smaller campaigns that probably seemed pretty routine at the time. He was leading expeditions to secure Egypt's borders, keeping vassal states in line, conducting raids on troublesome neighbors. Nothing that would make the history books, but everything that would teach a young prince how to think like a general. And here's the really clever part of this arrangement. It created a perfect division of labor. Hatshepsut got to present herself as the pharaoh of peace and prosperity. Look at all these beautiful temples. Look at this successful trade with Punt. Look how stable and wealthy Egypt has become under my rule. Meanwhile, Thutmose III was handling the messy business of maintaining that peace through military strength. He was the stick to her carrot, the sword backing up her diplomacy. You can almost hear it in the background of palace life, the distant rhythmic drumbeat of marching soldiers, that steady, hypnotic sound of military preparation, of troops drilling and preparing for campaigns. It's soothing in its regularity, but it's also a constant reminder that Egypt's peace was maintained through strength. While Hatshepsut's myrrh trees were growing in the temple gardens, somewhere out there, Egyptian soldiers were marching to the sound of drums, keeping the borders secure. Records from the period show that both their names appear together on various inscriptions, acknowledging Thutmose III's status as co-ruler, even if the hierarchy made it pretty clear who was actually in charge. He participated in major state events, like Hatshepsut's Jubilee Festival in year 16, which was basically a massive celebration of her successful reign. Imagine being required to show up and smile at your stepmother's "look how awesome I am" party. But underneath all this official cooperation, there had to be some serious psychological complexity going on. You're trained from birth to rule Egypt. You're educated in statecraft, military strategy, religious protocol. You're literally bred for this job. and then you spend 20 years watching someone else do it better than anyone ever has before. That's got to mess with your head a little bit. The more successful Hatshepsut became, the more pressure there was on Thutmose III to eventually prove himself worthy of following her act. How do you top someone who brought exotic trees from mythical lands and built temples that look like they were designed by the gods themselves? You become a military genius, apparently. You channel all that pent-up ambition into conquering half the known world. This period of his life was essentially military graduate school, funded by the state and supervised by the most successful pharaoh in Egyptian history. He was learning logistics, strategy, leadership, and probably developing some very complicated feelings about female authority figures. It's like being mentored by someone you're simultaneously grateful to and secretly plotting to surpass. So while Hatshepsut was securing her reputation through commerce and construction, Thutmose III was building his through conquest and command. She got peace and prosperity. He got to blow off steam by leading armies around the eastern Mediterranean. It was actually a pretty smart arrangement, if you think about it. The irony is that Hatshepsut's success probably made Thutmose III an even better pharaoh than he would have been otherwise. All that time watching a master politician at work, all those years learning patience and military strategy while waiting for his turn. It was like the world's most expensive leadership development program. And somewhere in the quiet palace corridors, amidst the soft sounds of scribes and the gentle clack of game pieces, you could always hear that distant drumbeat getting a little bit louder, shaping a future conqueror who would eventually have some very interesting opinions about his stepmother's legacy. So there's Thutmose III off getting what amounts to an ancient Egyptian military MBA while juggling family drama, and Hatshepsut is still very much running the show with her temples, her international trade empire, and her absolutely flawless public image. But you know how it is with even the most successful careers. Eventually, they come to an end. And for a long time, historians had this dramatic narrative that Hatshepsut was somehow violently overthrown by a resentful Thutmose III, who couldn't wait to get his hands on the throne. But modern science, dear listener, tells us a much quieter, more human story. Picture the gentle dimming of an oil lamp at the end of a very long day. The flame doesn't suddenly get snuffed out in some violent gust of wind. Instead, it slowly burns through the last of its fuel, the light gradually fading as shadows creep in from the corners, until finally there's just darkness and the faint smell of extinguished wick. That's probably much closer to how Hatshepsut's story actually ended, not with palace intrigue and assassination plots, but with something far more ordinary and universal. For thousands of years, Hatshepsut's actual body was missing. Here was this phantom queen whose reign had been literally chiseled away from temple walls, and she seemed to have vanished completely from the physical world too. It was like the ultimate disappearing act. Not just her memory erased, but her mortal remains lost somewhere in the labyrinth of Egyptian tombs. But then, in 2007, a team led by Zahi Hawass, that archaeologist who's basically become the face of Egyptian discovery, made what can only be described as a forensic detective breakthrough that would make CSI writers weep with envy. They identified a mummy catalogued as KV60A as very likely being Hatshepsut herself. Now, this wasn't some wild archaeological guess based on, well, this mummy looks royalish. This was proper, old-school detective work with a modern twist. The team had a loose tooth that had been found in a small wooden box, a box that just happened to have Hatshepsut's name carved right on it, which was either incredibly convenient or the ancient Egyptian equivalent of leaving your driver's license at a crime scene. They compared this tooth to a gap in the KV60A mummy's jaw, and guess what? Perfect match. It was like solving a 3,500-year-old dental mystery with the most expensive dental records check in history. Once they had their prime suspect, they put KV60A through what was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a full medical workup. CT scans, X-rays, the works. and what they found was simultaneously fascinating and heartbreaking. Evidence that despite all her power, all her divine authority, all her carefully constructed image as the chosen of the gods, Hatshepsut was still fundamentally human. The scans revealed a woman who suffered from diabetes, obesity, and severe dental problems. Basically, the ancient Egyptian version of a lifestyle disease trifecta. But more significantly, the medical evidence pointed to widespread cancer. We're talking bone cancer that had metastasized, meaning it had spread throughout her body. The poor woman was probably in considerable pain during her final years, even as she was busy being the most successful pharaoh in Egyptian history. Think about that for a minute. Here's someone who could command expeditions to mythical lands, who could build architectural marvels, who could literally rewrite the rules of who gets to be pharaoh, and she's brought down by the same disease that modern medicine still struggles with. It's like finding out that Steve Jobs died of, oh wait, that's actually not a great analogy. This medical evidence completely changes the narrative about her death. Instead of some dramatic political overthrow, we're looking at a natural death. She probably died in her own bed, surrounded by family and officials, slowly succumbing to an illness that no amount of divine authority or political genius could cure. It's oddly comforting, in a way. Even pharaohs have to deal with cancer. Now, I should mention that while this identification is pretty widely accepted among Egyptologists, especially because of that dental match, which is about as conclusive as you can get in archaeology, scholars are naturally cautious about these things. There's always that academic hedging of, well, we're pretty sure. But ancient Egypt keeps surprising us. Some earlier theories had pointed to different candidates, including the mummy of Citrain, who was Hatshepsut's wet nurse, but the dental evidence pretty definitively ruled that out. The general consensus, backed up by some seriously impressive forensic work, is that Hatshepsut died a natural death sometime around her 22nd year as pharaoh, which, when you think about it, makes the later erasure of her legacy even more intriguing. This wasn't some immediate act of revenge by a successor who'd just violently overthrown her. This was something that happened later, a deliberate, calculated act of historical revision. It certainly wasn't the kind of dramatic public assassination that would justify an angry rewriting of history. No palace coup, no murdered stepmother whose memory needed to be destroyed out of guilt or political necessity. Instead, think of it more like the quiet closing of a really long, successful day. The powerful pharaoh, the woman who had redefined what was possible, simply faded away, leaving behind a thriving Egypt and a legacy that someone would later decide was too complicated to leave alone. The stage was set for something far more calculated than immediate revenge. With Hatshepsut gone, there was room for someone else to decide how her story should be told, or whether it should be told at all. So the queen who spent her life defying every expectation ended up defying one more, dying quietly of natural causes rather than in some dramatic political showdown. And as you settle deeper into sleep tonight, you can almost picture that oil lamp slowly dimming in her royal chambers, the soft warmth fading as shadows gather, leaving behind only the lingering scent of frankincense and myrrh, and the profound silence of history about to be rewritten by someone with a chisel and a very different vision of how the story should go. So Hatshepsut passes away quietly from natural causes, probably sometime around her 22nd year as pharaoh. The curtain falls, the star of the show has left the building, and Thutmose III finally gets his moment to step into the spotlight as the undisputed sole ruler of Egypt. You'd think, after everything we've talked about, her incredible reign, her architectural marvels, her successful trade missions, that her legacy would be treated with respect, maybe a nice state funeral, some commemorative inscriptions, perhaps an annual "Remember How Awesome Hatshepsut Was" holiday. But no. Oh no, dear listener, royal history is apparently a contact sport, and what happened next was something that would make modern cancel culture look like a gentle suggestion. What unfolded was a systematic, deliberate, and honestly quite disturbing campaign to erase Hatshepsut from history. Not immediately after her death, and this timing is crucial, but years later. This wasn't a crime of passion, this was premeditated historical murder, carried out with the kind of methodical precision that would make corporate restructuring consultants take notes. Picture this, and try to let the rhythm soothe you, even though the content is unsettling. The slow, methodical scrape of metal on stone. Tap, tap, tap. The precise, almost meditative sound of chisels working against limestone. But this time, instead of creating beauty, they're systematically destroying it. These aren't artisans crafting something magnificent. These are workers methodically erasing a woman from eternity, one careful chisel stroke at a time. It's like the world's most depressing office job. You clock in, pick up your tools, and spend your day making someone disappear. The rhythm is almost hypnotic. Scrape, tap, scrape, tap. Each stroke removing another small piece of Hatshepsut's carefully constructed immortality. And where did this bureaucratic act of historical vandalism take place? Everywhere. Every monument Hatshepsut had built to ensure her legacy would last forever became a target. Her beautiful mortuary temple at el-Bahri, that stunning architectural achievement we talked about earlier, got hit hard. Images of Hatshepsut as Pharaoh were systematically defaced, her cartouches chiseled out, leaving empty spaces like missing teeth in a smile. Walk through Karnak today, well, if you could time travel, which would be convenient, and you'd see the evidence of this campaign everywhere. Those towering obelisks she erected to proclaim her glory to the gods. Some were literally walled off, hidden from view like embarrassing relatives at a family reunion. Others had her names carefully obscured or replaced. The Red Chapel, that exquisite little shrine she built within Karnak, was actually dismantled and its blocks reused for other projects, though thankfully many of those blocks were later rediscovered by archaeologists, who basically had to play the world's most expensive jigsaw puzzle. The systematic nature of this destruction is what's really chilling. Statues of Hatshepsut were smashed and buried in pits near temples, like evidence being disposed of after a crime. The ones that survived often had their heads or false beards deliberately broken off, targeted vandalism designed to remove her pharaonic authority. Her cartouches, those oval symbols that enclosed her royal names, were meticulously chiseled out and often replaced with the names of Thutmose I, Thutmose II, or Thutmose III himself. This wasn't random destruction. This was state-sponsored historical revisionism with a very specific agenda. Now here's where the story gets even more interesting, and honestly, a bit more disturbing. For years, historians assumed that Thutmose III immediately set about destroying Hatshepsut's memory the moment she died, probably out of resentment for having spent decades playing second fiddle to his stepmother. But the archaeological evidence tells a very different story. The erasure campaign didn't begin until about 20 years after Hatshepsut's death, around year 42 of Thutmose III's reign. 20 years. That's not the behavior of someone acting out of immediate anger or personal spite. By year 42, Thutmose III had already established himself as one of Egypt's greatest military pharaohs. He didn't need to erase Hatshepsut to legitimize his rule. He'd already done that through decades of successful campaigns and his own impressive building projects. So, why wait 2 decades to start the deletion process? Modern Egyptologists think this was less about personal vendetta and more about historical housekeeping. Hatshepsut's reign, successful as it was, represented an anomaly in the traditional male succession. By erasing her from the official record, Thutmose III was trying to create a neat, unbroken line of male pharaohs, smoothing over what he probably saw as a constitutional irregularity. It's like retroactively editing a company's organizational chart to make it look like the interim CEO was never actually in charge, just to keep the succession narrative clean for future reference. But imagine the psychological impact of this erasure campaign on ordinary Egyptians. You'd remember Hatshepsut. You might have seen her in person, visited her temples, perhaps even benefited from the prosperity her reign brought. But suddenly, the official record denied she ever existed. Walking past a temple wall where her image had been carefully chiseled away would create this weird cognitive dissonance, a sense that something important was missing, even if you couldn't quite put your finger on what. The workers doing this erasure were probably caught between following orders and feeling deeply uncomfortable about systematically destroying the memory of someone who had been, by all accounts, a pretty successful pharaoh. Each day they'd show up to work, pick up their tools, and spend hours carefully removing traces of a reign that had brought peace and prosperity to Egypt. The steady rhythm of their chisels became a kind of meditation on the power of whoever controls the historical narrative. It's a chilling reminder that history isn't just what happened, it's what people with power decide should be remembered. Hatshepsut built her legacy in stone, thinking that would make it permanent. But it turns out even stone is only as permanent as the next person with a chisel and a political agenda. This deliberate rewriting of history was like performing surgery on the past, carefully removing an inconvenient truth and stitching the timeline back together as if nothing had ever happened. And in the quiet temples, with the rhythmic sound of stone being carefully scraped away, Hatshepsut began her long journey from accomplished pharaoh to historical footnote, leaving behind only the faintest traces of what might have been the most successful reign in Egyptian history. So Hatshepsut dies quietly in her bed from what appears to be cancer, and then, 20 years later, someone decides to literally chisel her out of history. Names methodically removed from stone, statues smashed like ancient vandalism, cartouches carefully rewritten to replace her with other pharaohs. It's one of the most thorough acts of historical revision in human history. But here's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Why bother? What could possibly motivate someone to spend years systematically erasing a dead woman from the historical record? Let's put on our detective hats for a moment and examine the evidence. We've got several theories floating around academic circles, each with its own psychological profile. Was this personal revenge by a resentful stepson who finally got tired of living in his stepmother's shadow? Was it cold, calculated political strategy designed to restore traditional Egyptian values? Maybe it was theological discomfort with the whole idea of a female pharaoh setting a dangerous precedent. Or perhaps it was just bureaucratic housekeeping, tidying up the succession records to avoid future confusion. For the longest time, the popular narrative was pure Hollywood drama. Thutmose III, the boy king whose throne was stolen by his ambitious stepmother, finally gets his revenge. Picture him brooding in his palace for 2 decades, plotting the ultimate act of vengeance, not just killing his enemy, but erasing her completely from history. It's got that satisfying dramatic arc that historians love, the wronged heir finally getting his due. But modern scholars have largely moved away from this revenge fantasy explanation, and the timing is a big reason why. If Thutmose III was consumed by personal hatred for Hatshepsut, why wait 20 years to act on it? By year 42 of his reign, the guy was already one of Egypt's most successful pharaohs. He'd conquered half the known world, built his own impressive monuments, and established a military reputation that would make Alexander the Great take notes. His legitimacy was rock solid, carved in battlefield victories and architectural marvels. He didn't need to tear down Hatshepsut to build himself up. He'd already done that the hard way. Instead, most Egyptologists now lean toward a much more calculating explanation: institutional damage control. The theory goes that the erasure wasn't about personal animosity, but about restoring what the Egyptians called ma'at, cosmic order, the way things are supposed to be. Hatshepsut, as a female pharaoh, represented a fundamental disruption to the natural order of Egyptian kingship. Think about it this way. Ancient Egyptian society was built around the concept of male pharaohs. The pharaoh was supposed to be the earthly embodiment of the god Horus, who would pass divine authority to his son. It was a neat, tidy system that had worked for thousands of years. Hatshepsut's successful reign, while impressive, created what we might call a constitutional crisis for future generations. What if another ambitious queen decided to follow her example? What if female pharaohs became normal? The The goal wasn't necessarily to demonize Hatshepsut personally, but to eliminate the precedent of female kingship entirely. She was basically an inconvenient truth that needed to be retroactively edited out of the official narrative to prevent copycat behavior. It's like if a company had a wildly successful interim CEO who completely revolutionized the business model, but then the board decided they wanted to go back to the traditional structure and needed to scrub that experiment from the corporate history. The evidence for this institutional motive is pretty compelling when you look at the official records. Later king lists, those carefully maintained genealogies that pharaohs use to prove their divine right to rule, completely skip over Hatshepsut. They jump directly from Thutmose II to Thutmose III, as if she never existed. This wasn't just someone forgetting to include her. This was deliberate omission designed to create a seamless, uninterrupted line of male succession. This kind of systematic deletion suggests that the erasure campaign was less about personal feelings and more about maintaining institutional stability. The message was clear. Female pharaohs were a historical anomaly that would not be repeated or celebrated. It was state-sponsored historical revisionism with a very specific political agenda. But here's where it gets interesting from a psychological perspective. Maybe it wasn't an either-or situation. Human motivation is rarely that simple, is it? It's entirely possible that Thutmose III's decision was driven by a complex mixture of motives. Maybe there was some personal resentment. After all, spending your formative years as a junior partner to your stepmother probably wasn't great for the ego. But that personal frustration was likely overshadowed by pragmatic concerns about dynastic continuity and political stability. Picture Thutmose III in his later years, probably consulting with advisors about his legacy and the future of Egyptian kingship. Someone raises the uncomfortable question: what about the Hatshepsut precedent? What happens when the next succession crisis comes up and some ambitious queen points to her example? Better to eliminate that possibility entirely by retroactively making her disappear from the official record. It's a chillingly modern approach to historical revision, isn't it? The idea that inconvenient truths can be simply edited out of existence if you control the narrative machinery. Hatshepsut had built her legacy in stone, thinking that would make it permanent. But it turns out even carved granite is only as permanent as the next person with a chisel and a political agenda. So as you let these thoughts drift gently through your mind, consider the various threads of motivation that probably influence this decision. The weight of tradition pressing down on unconventional choices, the subtle anxiety of breaking precedent in a culture that valued cosmic order, the practical concerns of ensuring smooth succession for future generations. All these factors likely combined to create the perfect storm that led to one of history's most systematic acts of character assassination. The truth is probably that Hatshepsut's erasure was neither pure personal vengeance nor cold institutional calculation, but something more human, a complex mixture of bruised ego, political pragmatism, and genuine concern for the future stability of Egyptian kingship. And in the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the ancient debates echoing through palace corridors, as advisors and officials weighed the cost of erasing a remarkable woman against the perceived benefits of maintaining traditional order. So Hatshepsut gets systematically deleted from history, her name chiseled away like ancient graffiti removal, her statue smashed like she was some kind of stone-carved persona non grata. For almost 3,000 years, she was effectively ghosted by civilization itself. But here's the thing about trying to erase someone who built half of Egypt. Eventually, someone's going to notice that there are a lot of really impressive buildings with suspiciously blank spots where the builder's name should be. Her resurrection was the ultimate cold case investigation, pieced together by scholars who had way too much time on their hands and an unhealthy obsession with ancient mysteries. Picture the scene: dusty libraries that smell like old paper and decades of academic coffee. The soft whisper of pages being turned by researchers wearing those little white gloves. The kind of quiet detective work that makes watching paint dry seem exciting. European travelers and early Egyptologists, The kind of people who thought spending months in the desert looking at old rocks was a perfectly reasonable way to spend their lives, started noticing something weird. They'd be examining these beautifully carved inscriptions, admiring the craftsmanship, when suddenly they'd encounter what looked like ancient vandalism. Names and images had been deliberately chiseled away with the kind of methodical precision that suggested this wasn't random destruction, this was a professional job. Howard Carter, before he became famous for finding King Tut's tomb and basically launching the modern obsession with ancient Egypt, spent considerable time at Deir el-Bahri in the early 1900s. He was one of the first to really notice the systematic nature of the erasures at Hatshepsut's temple. It was obvious that someone had gone to enormous effort to remove traces of a particular pharaoh, but whose traces? The original names had been replaced with those of Thutmose I, Thutmose II, or Thutmose III, creating these historical palimpsests. Basically, ancient Egyptian rough drafts where someone had gone back and edited the text with a chisel. These early scholars functioned like the world's most patient detectives. They wandered around Egypt with notebooks and pencils, documenting damage patterns on monuments from Karnak to Deir el-Bahri, mapping out dozens of stelae and statues that showed similar systematic targeting. It was like trying to solve a murder mystery where the victim had been systematically removed from all the evidence, leaving only the crime scene and a nagging sense that something was missing. The gaps in the official king lists were particularly intriguing. These genealogies were supposed to be complete records of pharaonic succession, but there were these weird jumps, years unaccounted for, sudden transitions from one Thutmose to another with no explanation for what was clearly a long, prosperous period in between. It was like finding a family photo where someone had been carefully cut out with scissors, leaving just their shadow. Gradually, as more inscriptions were uncovered and scholars got better at reading between the lines, or rather, reading the deliberately blank spaces, a consensus started to emerge. A female pharaoh had once ruled Egypt, and someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to make her disappear from history. The question was, who was she, and why did someone want her erased so badly? The big breakthrough, the kind that makes headlines and gets people excited about dusty old mummies, came in 2007. This is where our slow-burn detective story suddenly gets a dramatic DNA test revelation, ancient Egyptian style. Remember that mummy we talked about earlier, KV60A, the one that had been sitting around in a side chamber of the Valley of the Kings like the world's most expensive forgotten storage unit? Well, Zahi Hawass and his team decided to take another look at this collection of unidentified female mummies, hoping to finally solve the mystery of what happened to Hatshepsut's body. Their ace in the hole was a small wooden canopic chest that Howard Carter had found decades earlier. The chest was inscribed with Hatshepsut's name, which was promising, but the real treasure was what was inside. A single tooth. Just one tooth, sitting in a wooden box for thousands of years like the world's most valuable piece of dental evidence. This wasn't just any tooth, though. It was a molar, and when they compared it to the KV60A mummy, they found something that would make forensic investigators everywhere smile. It fit perfectly into a gap in the mummy's jaw. It was like finding the missing piece of a 3,500-year-old jigsaw puzzle. The dental match was so precise that it was basically the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a fingerprint identification. But they didn't stop there, because modern science loves its toys. They put KV60A through a full CT scan, the kind of detailed imaging that lets you see inside a mummy without unwrapping it and potentially damaging centuries of preservation. The scans revealed a wealth of information about the mummy's age, health conditions, and cause of death. All the gory medical details we discussed earlier about diabetes, obesity, and widespread cancer. When Hawass announced the discovery at a press conference, it was front-page news around the world. Smithsonian Magazine ran extensive coverage, and suddenly everyone was talking about the lost pharaoh who had been hiding in plain sight for over a century. It was like the ultimate "Where's Waldo" solution, except Waldo was a 3,500-year-old female pharaoh who had been systematically erased from history. Of course, being academics, there's always a healthy dose of scholarly caution mixed in with the excitement. Ancient Egypt has a way of humbling overconfident archaeologists, and the evidence, while compelling, still leaves room for debate. But the dental match, combined with all the contextual clues, has convinced most of the Egyptological community that they've finally found their lost queen. It's been this beautifully slow, methodical unveiling. The patient work of generations of scholars, each adding another piece to the puzzle. The gentle thrill of watching a mismatched cartouche suddenly makes sense, like finally solving a crossword clue that's been bugging you for weeks. This whole journey has been about deep, abiding curiosity, the kind of detective work that happens in libraries and laboratories rather than action movies. And here's my invitation to you, dear listener. As you let these thoughts gently drift away, maybe consider diving deeper into this story yourself. Look up images of el-Bahri online. Read some of the scholarly articles about the 2007 identification. Let yourself imagine the slow, painstaking process of uncovering a life that someone tried so hard to hide. Think about those archaeologists, not as dramatic treasure hunters, but as patient scholars with brushes and notebooks, methodically revealing truth one tiny fragment at a time. The beautiful irony is that all the effort to erase Hatshepsut from history ultimately made her one of the most fascinating figures in ancient Egypt. And in the quiet darkness, you can almost hear the echo of those ancient chisels being answered by the gentle scrape of modern brushes, slowly bringing a lost queen back into the light after 30 centuries of enforced darkness. So here we are, at the end of our journey through ancient Egypt's most successful corporate takeover. After 3,000 years of being systematically deleted from the historical record, Hatshepsut has slowly but surely been brought back into the light by modern scholars who apparently have nothing better to do than solve millennia-old mysteries. Her story, once literally a blank space in the official records, is now one of the most fascinating tales in all of ancient history. But what can we actually take away from this incredible saga? What's the real legacy of the woman who looked at the job description for Pharaoh and said, "Close enough"? Let's do a quick recap of Hatshepsut's rather impressive resume, shall we? First, she was absolutely, without question, a ruthless political operator who could have taught a masterclass in hostile takeovers. She transformed herself from a temporary babysitter for a boy king into a full-fledged pharaoh through what can only be described as strategic brilliance. She built a network of loyal supporters, gradually consolidated administrative power, and leveraged religious authority with the kind of skill that would make modern politicians weep with envy. She didn't need to conquer anyone. She just co-opted everyone. Her political instincts were so sharp, she could have turned a perceived weakness into her greatest strength, while everyone else was still figuring out what was happening. But she wasn't just a political mastermind. She was also a branding genius who understood the power of image and narrative in a way that would make modern marketing executives take notes. She completely transformed her public persona from traditional queen to pharaonic king, complete with the false beard and masculine iconography that said, "I belong here," in a language everyone could understand. She literally rewrote her own origin story with those divine birth reliefs at el-Bahri, turning what could have been seen as political opportunism into divine mandate. Every statue, every inscription, every architectural choice was a carefully crafted piece of propaganda designed to make her authority seem not just legitimate, but inevitable. And then there's her role as what we might call the explorer CEO. Her reign wasn't characterized by constant warfare and territorial expansion, the usual pharaonic pastimes. Instead, she focused on peaceful prosperity, trade, and diplomacy. That epic voyage to Punt, documented in loving detail on her temple walls, brought back exotic treasures and established her as a ruler who enriched Egypt through commerce rather than conquest. She cultivated a vision of a stable, wealthy nation that was refreshingly different from the conquer everything that moves approach favored by most of her predecessors and successors. Her architectural achievements alone would have made any other pharaoh's career. She initiated more building projects than almost anyone else in Egyptian history, with major works at Luxor, Karnak, and her absolutely stunning mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri. That terraced temple, built into a cliff face like nature and human ambition decided to collaborate, stands as a testament to her vision and the artistic excellence her reign fostered. These weren't just buildings, they were statements, declarations that exceptional leadership could transcend traditional gender roles. The lasting impact of her reign is undeniable. She established trade routes that would benefit Egypt for generations, rebuilt monuments that previous rulers had neglected, and presided over an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity. The fact that her achievements were so significant and lasting, despite a concerted campaign to erase them from history, tells you everything you need to know about her true impact on ancient Egypt. The erasure campaign wasn't an absolute verdict on her failure. It was a historical reaction to her success. She was so effective at being pharaoh that she threatened the entire system's need for predictable continuity. This brings us to the beautiful paradox at the heart of Hatshepsut's story, dear listener. She was such an undeniably successful leader, so transformative and impactful, that she inadvertently became a threat to the system she served so well. Her very existence as a thriving female pharaoh challenged thousands of years of tradition about who could hold ultimate power in Egypt. She wasn't erased because she failed, she was erased because she succeeded too well. But here's the thing about trying to delete someone from history. Human traces have a way of persisting. You can chisel away names, smash statues, and rewrite official records, but fragments remain. Pieces of broken sculptures still hint at a royal presence. Erased cartouches still show the shadow of letters that once proclaimed divine authority. Even those myrrh trees she planted, if any descendants survive, carry in their genetic code the story of a woman who brought wonders from the edge of the world to grow in Egyptian soil. Now, as you settle deeper into sleep, maybe let these gentle questions drift through your mind like incense smoke. How might ancient Egypt have evolved if Hatshepsut's precedent of female kingship had been allowed to stand? Picture an alternative timeline where powerful queens regularly ascended to the throne, where gender wasn't a barrier to ultimate authority. What kind of civilization might have emerged from that possibility? Let that thought float through the darkness, imagining dynasties of capable women reshaping the ancient world. What stories do the physical traces of her reign tell us about the real lives of ordinary Egyptians during her time? Beyond the grand propaganda carved in temple walls, what can we learn from the artifacts, the trade goods, the architectural details about how people actually lived during this period of peace and prosperity? Let your mind wander through ancient marketplaces, filled with exotic goods from Punt. Imagine the daily lives enhanced by her successful leadership. And perhaps most relevantly for our modern world, how do contemporary political systems still attempt to erase disruptive figures who challenge established norms? What can Hatshepsut's story teach us about the power of memory, the fragility of historical narratives, and the importance of preserving inconvenient truths? Think about the parallels in our own time, the ways power structures still try to shape who gets remembered and how. Let these questions settle gently into your consciousness, heavy with the weight of centuries, but light enough to carry into dreams. Take one last slow, deep breath, feeling the comfort of your modern bed and the security of your warm covers, luxuries that even the most powerful pharaoh couldn't have imagined. Picture Hatshepsut's temple terraces one final time, bathed in the soft light of an Egyptian sunset. The sandstone cliffs glow with hues of rose and lavender, shadows lengthen across the ancient courtyards, and the first stars begin to appear in a darkening sky. You can almost catch the faint scent of frankincense and myrrh drifting on the evening breeze, the lingering ghost of incense smoke that once honored the gods and celebrated a remarkable reign. And with that, dear listener, we'll let this story of ancient ambition and modern rediscovery drift gently away into the night. It's been a delight sharing this slow journey through the corridors of power with you. If this particular exploration into the quieter corners of history brought you some peace, consider leaving a comment about when and where in the world you're listening. It's always fascinating to know how these ancient stories reach across time and distance to find you in your own quiet moments. Rest well, and perhaps dream of terraced temples and the enduring power of truth to outlast even the most determined efforts to bury it. The Ghost Queen has found her voice again, and her story, like the desert wind, continues to whisper across the centuries.